Hello and welcome to Let Me Bore You to Sleep. My name is Jason Newland, and please only listen when you can safely close your eyes. Today is Sunday the 2nd of August, 19. Wow, I was going to about to say 1926, 2026. It is 2 minutes to 12 in the afternoon, or 11:58 a.m. It's sunny outside now, but earlier on, when I took Vinny out about 8, it was foggy. It felt like I'd woken up in October. I'm not complaining. I'm not. There will be some people that complain when the weather changes. There will be some people, guaranteed, someone, somewhere will be moaning, saying, in like September, October time, maybe November, where did the summer go? We didn't even have a summer this year. Which is absolutely preposterous. I can't say that word. Preposterous. Ridiculous. Silly. Because it's one of those years that nobody can seriously say that it hasn't been a hot summer. In England anyway. Just nobody can say it, not realistically. And that is something that I've heard for decades. People moaning, where's the summer gone? We didn't even have a summer. Even when it's been nice. I mean, this year's been exceptionally hot. To what it normally is, but still. We always have nice weather in the summer. It's not normally. Why did I say it's not so many times in a row then? It's not. I kind of had this stammer that comes and goes. See? Comes and goes. Sometimes it happens when I'm talking to somebody and I get nervous. I'm not nervous doing this recording because, of course, I'm talking to friends. But let's say I'm talking to someone that I don't know very well, or they're in the park, or maybe it's someone that I see regularly. But sometimes I can't get the words out. And in the past, I've blamed that on. Maybe it's because I don't have many real life conversations anymore. Like a back and forth. Because this is very much kind of a one-way conversation. And I've only really got two people I talk to. I've got my neighbour downstairs and I've got a neighbour over the road who he comes and visits fairly regular, like once a week or something, and we have a chat for an hour or two. But they're the only kind of, regular conversations I have. And I do have, no, it's not true. I've got some friends on the phone that I talk to sometimes. But, as far as in person, although I am meeting up with a friend this week, who I've known since November 2002, and I class him as a close friend, although I haven't really had much contact with him for quite a while. It's like an occasional meet up. But when we do meet up, it's nothing weird, it's not strange. by that I don't mean that I'm dressed as a clown or anything. I mean, it's not both dressed up as 16th century swordsman or whatever. No, nothing like that. It's just like, you know, sometimes you see someone you haven't seen for a while and you're like, oh, I don't know what to say. I had that recently with a lady that I used to work with. I saw her in the post office. This is a while ago probably. It seems like a few months ago, but I'm not sure. So it's a while back. Probably beginning of the year time. And I said, oh, that probably wasn't a good start. I said, I know you, don't I? And she said, yeah. So there was that tone of disappointment that I normally only get when I'm in a relationship. So it's like, oh, okay. I didn't expect her to start doing cartwheels and jumping up and down, setting off fireworks with excitement. But, yeah, she really wasn't pleased to see me. Which, I don't know, I mean, we got on really well when we worked together. But then, you know, that's quite a long time ago, and a lot's happened since then, and a lot's probably happened, well, it's not probably, a lot would have happened in her life. And I might just be like a distant memory to her. I have quite clear memories of her, but she might not have clear memories of me. Yeah. I'm starting to think that maybe I've got quite a good memory. I never really believed I did. And it's not necessarily a memory, it's not, is it ideation or whatever, photographic, whatever they call it, memory. I definitely haven't got that. I can't remember every single thing that's ever happened. I find that hard to believe that anyone can, but apparently some people can. I still don't believe it. I don't believe it. I don't know why. I find it hard to believe that if I said to somebody, okay, think back to 17 years ago, and during the month of June, 17 years ago, you purchased something online. What was it? How much did it cost? Now that's quite a vague thing that you could answer possibly if you kind of keep track in your mind if it's a big purchase. You know, if you bought a car, then you might remember that for the rest of your life because it was quite a large purchase. If you bought a house, you know, then you're probably always going to remember the month that you moved in. I mean, I would. I remember the month I moved into this flat. But then again, I remember the months that I moved into pretty much all of the places that I lived, most of them. And I remember every single place I've ever lived. Pretty much every landlord and landlady. There's been over 50 since I left school. But then I don't remember all my teachers at school. See, so that memory's not there. So maybe it's just the things that I took notice of. So it's almost like I don't have control over what sticks. But what does stick is the things that are kind of meaningful to me. And moving a dress, starting a new job, or moving, or getting sacked, or being evicted, all those things were quite meaningful at the time. being at school, the meaningful parts of being at school for me was when I was 7 and I started junior school, a new junior school with my new mum and dad. And then I remember the second junior school I moved to, and then I remember the third junior school I moved to. So I went to like 3 junior schools. There's only 3 in that town. I went to all 3 just because we moved twice. I have only a few memories of the first one, really. I haven't got like huge amounts of memories, although I did get into quite a bit of trouble. The second, that's probably why I remember that, because the police was involved. I was a 7-year-old maniac. I wasn't. It was just I've talked about it before, I won't go into it. But on the second, see, those that haven't heard the story are probably thinking, I can't believe it. For the first time in all this time I've been listening to this weird person, Jason, this weirdo man, he's finally come out with something that might be mildly interesting. He was 7 years old in junior school and did something that involved the police having to come into the school. And he's just brushing over it like it's nothing, and he won't tell us the details. Yet if he finds a bit of fluff on the carpet, he'll talk about that for an hour and a half. I am selective, to be honest. I don't. It's not really an interesting. Yeah, I'll come back to it. If there is any stories that you think, oh, I'd love to know more about that, then you can contact me, and on my website, just send a message saying, can you expand on that particular adventure in your life, that particular boring event? The second junior school, I would be 8 when I was there. And again, I remember parts of it, a few bits and bobs. That's when I started making friends. So I was there for a year. So I was there long enough to make friends. Like, I had a best friend that lived in the same road as me. I had my two best friends that lived in the same road. One was like 3 doors up, and one was probably 8 or 9 doors up. It was like around the corner. His name was Ian, and the other one's name was Andrew. Why do I remember their names? I don't know. And I remember what they looked like as well. The thing is, I kept in contact with Andrew, who lived just about 3 doors up, because when I moved out of that school, when I was 9, I also moved out of the house. I went to a different school, so I didn't see any of my friends anymore. But I used to see Andrew. I used to visit him sometimes because I'd been visiting my nan regularly, my nan and granddad, because they moved into the house that we were living in. They took over the council house. I wonder if that's still allowed today. I know they do council swaps, but my dad had a council house. Only had it for, blimey, maybe nearly 2 years. We was there for nearly 2 years, I'd say. It was a new build. The best place I ever lived. Ever. Like as a kid. Well, my whole life really, apart from maybe this place. It's, But let's just stick to childhood. It's that was the best place I ever lived, in that house. I loved it. Everything about it. You know, it was perfect for me, really. Just everything kind of was great. School was just round the corner, a little bit of a walk, but everybody, all the kids from the estate that I was on were all going to the same school. So literally, I never walked to school on my own because there was always other kids walking. And we had a lollipop man. And me and my friends, or if it was just me on my own, would say, "What flavour's the lollipop today?" And it'd say strawberry or banana, depending on what mood he was in. Sometimes he'd just hit us with it or chase us. But generally, for those that don't know what a lollipop man is, or a lollipop lady, we just happen to have a lollipop man, but you could have either. Maybe the correct term is lollipop person, or probably a traffic controller nowadays. Basically what they are, if you don't know, is they usually operate outside a school or near a school so that the children can get across the road safely, especially if it's like a busy road. So what they do is they get the kids to stay on the pavement, and then usually what they do is they would wait until the traffic was kind of getting clear, but if it didn't, they'd kind of slowly kind of step out, and they'd have a big lollipop, like a big stick with a big round thing, and on one side it'd say stop, on the other side it'd say go, and they'd do it. They'd have to be very careful, because sometimes if they had the wrong side up, we just all get ploughed down. But generally you've got to stop, and the cars would stop, and they'd go into the middle, right, and we still have to wait on the pavement, and the lollipop person would walk into the middle of the road and put their hand out to stop the other person. Actually, did it say go? Because I'm thinking, because they've got to stop both sides of the road. I'm not sure. But anyway, they go to the middle of the road and stop the other side from coming. Then they'd it'd go over his hands, like, you know, when you want someone to come to you, not aggressively, but just like, you know, wiggling his fingers, basically. And we'd all kind of cross the road. And then we'd say, what flavour is your lollipop today, lollipop man? He was friendly. He was nice, he was. He'd never chased us. He was never grumpy. I think there was one time he was a bit rude. I think he must have had a bad day or whatever, but he said, I remember him saying to me, "You're 25. You're too old for this now." And okay. So, you know, it was a bit of a shock. But it was nice. Sometimes it's nice, even at 25, even at like when you're an adult. I just talk for my own personal experience. I like to do things that I used to do when I was a kid. So the only two things I can three things really. One of the things I used to like to do is go on the beach and not even on the beach, maybe on the prom, sit on a chair or bench and just stare out at the sea. I always used to like doing that when I was young. And I used to do that even when I'd moved away to London to get away from that place. When I visited my nan and stuff, or my dad, I would go down there and just gaze into the sea. Well, not into the sea, but into the distance. Because apart from the odd ship, sometimes there'd be nothing there. And it was nice to be able to look and have nothing that I could focus on. I liked that because I couldn't do it any other time, unless of course I looked at the sky. But the problem with that is I bang into things. Although my nan did say, well, you could lie down on the grass and do it. I was like, okay, it's an idea. So there's always a solution, I suppose. And another thing I like to do was to swing on, well, not on the swing, because in the park near where my nan and granddad lived and where I used to live, on that housing estate, there was this park, and I used to love that park. I used to, when I was about 8, I used to jog around it. Honestly, I just run around it continuously till I was completely exhausted and sweating and everything. I just enjoyed being on my own. It was a weird thing, really, because I was 8. I did not need the exercise. You know, I was little. There's not really any need for it, but I enjoyed doing it. And then when that's the same place that I first, so I talked about Independence Day when I first was told what Independence Day was, American independence. And that's a park where they had watermelon and burgers and barbecues and stuff, and we're celebrating because we had an air base, I think, an army base or an air base near where I lived. So that was the same park. At the time of that, I don't think they had swings right where they are or where they were. And they also moved the swings to a different part of the park because there was a field which they converted into a bit of a park as well, which was further up. That was always just, I don't know, that was a place where we used to make dens. Honestly, I loved that area. I loved that house because it was built, I mean, I didn't think about it at the time. I didn't like it. I wasn't there at the age of 8 writing in my diary, oh, I really like this nice new build house. Oh, it's so so new and fresh. And you know, I didn't really understand about new builds, or I didn't understand about council houses. But I liked it because we was, like everywhere else is, we were right near fields. We were in the countryside, but then the town was surrounded by countryside. I mean, pretty much anywhere you live in the UK is countryside. It's what we are. Anyone who's flown over this country knows that. It's just fields with towns dotted around and bigger places like cities and littler places like villages. And they're all connected by little roads or motorways. But they'd clearly built in a field. That clearly used to be a field. And they'd built on that land. So there was a lot of land that hadn't been built on. That was derelict, that was kind of overgrown. And me and my friends used to play in it. And build dens and just run around playing hide and seek and make bow and arrows and things like that. So it was it was fun. You know, I'd be out all day on a Saturday playing. I say all day, I'd get home in time for Mork and Mindy. How did I know what time to get back? Because I don't think I ever had a watch. Unless I did. Maybe I did. I used to like Saturdays. It was very leisurely. We'd get up didn't have to get up at any specific time on a Saturday. Although generally it was a small house, so we'd all pretty much wake up the same time. Plus, I was young and I wanted to wake up early, really, to watch the cartoons. Saturday morning cartoons with my brothers, actually. And they shared a room together. They had bunk beds, and the parents were in the other room. I mean, I was in a box room. It wasn't a big room to sleep in. It wasn't really, not really a bedroom-sized room. I don't think you'd legally be able to rent it out as an actual bedroom. I might be wrong. I mean, when I moved out, I know I'm thinking of something else. When we moved out, that room, when my nan and granddad moved in, they just had it as a box room. And then when my granddad passed away, my nan had a bed in there. So I used to stay in that room. The double bed, there'd be a double bed in the spare room, and that'd be pretty much for her kids to stay in if they visited, the ones that weren't in that town, which was my 2 uncles and my 2 aunties. My dad lived in the town, so he didn't need to stay over, although he did live with them for a little while, I think, at some point. I stayed there for about a week. This is when I was living at my step-grandmother's flat on the camper bed. They basically, during that period, they went on holiday twice. They left me there the first time. The second time, she refused to leave me there on my own. So I think I might have made a mess or something. So I stayed with my nan and granddad for that week. Because I was working in a chip shop as well. I felt welcomed by my nan, but not really by my granddad. I think he liked doing his own thing, he had his own routine, and I don't think he really wanted me around. But then I wasn't really around much because I was working most of the time. I was really only there in the evenings, and it was just for a week. But I've got quite fond memories of it, actually. There's one, I always got breakfast, got fed, in fact, I might have even got a cooked breakfast, which was good. There's one particular memory is UB40 had a song out called Our Own Song. And I think it was around the same time as Kingston Town, that kind of period. So it was 1986, probably around, I don't know, August, September time maybe, and maybe the summer, but it was in 1986. And I remember that there was a concert, a live concert on. It wasn't, I don't think it was live as in being broadcasted live, but it was a broadcast of a live concert by UB40. And they were in somewhere like Spain or somewhere like that. And I'm sure there was like a big castle in the background and beautiful scenery. And I watched the whole thing. I just wanted to hear him sing Our Song, because I really, really loved that song. That was, before that, Red Red Wine was my favourite UB40 song. And if they had never done Our Song, Red Red Wine would still be my favourite. And I still love it, but Our Song was I don't know I don't even know why, but I just really, really loved it. So I remember staying up, watching the black and white TV that was in the room that I was going to say rented, but I was sleeping in. Ironically, and it was on quite late, it was on about 11 or something, so I was like keeping the noise down because I did not want my granddad coming in and telling me off. I really didn't. I was scared of him. And it wasn't that he'd ever done anything. He'd never done anything to harm me. I was just scared of him because he was quite a stern, I don't know how to explain it really. I mean, he was a former soldier. I mean, not only had he served in the war, but also he'd been in the army for 12 years before the war, the Second World War. So he was a military person. And then he worked for the government after that. So he had an aura of, I'm not going to say authority, but an aura of don't mess with me. Sort of, I don't know, not really explaining it very well, but yeah, and it's the same with all the family with him. All his kids showed him respect, and even as adults, even in their 30s or 40s, even 50s, yeah, they would not talk back to him. His word was the final word. They'd definitely say something behind his back, like, what was he on about? But, yes, Dad, that's what they would say to his face. Because he just had that sense of, I don't know, authority. I'm not even sure if it's that, possibly. But it's not, I don't think he demanded respect, but he milked it. I don't know if it's the right word. I was thinking he suckled on the teat of respect. That doesn't make sense. So maybe not. And my nan was completely different to him, which is weird because I've noticed that some people, when they get married, well, not necessarily married, but when they've been together a long time, they start to take on personality traits of each other. So one might be one might be a bit negative, now one might be super positive. But after a certain amount of years, the negative person won't be quite as negative, but then the really positive person won't be quite as positive. Otherwise they've taken on each other's stuff. And maybe that's just the natural way of things. Yeah, I was thinking of someone, and it's amazing that sometimes they come out with stuff that sounds just like the person they married. And they would never have come out with something like that 30 years ago. And the reason I liked them is because they weren't anything like the person they married. But, yeah. But on the flip side, the person they married has really changed in a better way. So it's kind of, yeah. Plus age as well. We changed, don't we, with age. I know people that used to be proper bubbly and all that stuff, and perhaps they're not like that anymore. I try and, my biggest fear is, and maybe I probably do it a little bit, but one of my biggest, well, okay, it's not my biggest fear, but one of my concerns is that one day I'll end up being one of those people that everybody avoids. I may already be one of them, but not for the same reason as I'm thinking. One of those people that everyone avoids because all I talk about is my health conditions. Or I tell my life story, but all the bad stuff, like continuously, and I'll go through the same stuff. I mean, technically you could say that is what I do. I do repeat myself, but I'm not focusing on illness and stuff like that. And I've seen people, quite a few people over the years, and they only seem to get worse. It's like it seems to make them worse by focusing on it. There's my favourite sentence, and it's not my sentence, it's not something that I come up with, but it was, I do know the name, but it's gone out of my head at the moment. But the sentence is, we become what we think about. And I do believe that, and I do try and live my life around that one sentence. And the other one I quite like is, you are what you do repeatedly. So, and that makes sense as well. I mean, in a more practical way, that probably makes sense, because if you do something, you become good at it. And that could be writing, that could be painting, that could be doing music, it could be in your job, or it could be moaning, it could be complaining, it could be feeling sorry for yourself. Whatever we do regularly, we become better at it. It's just natural, isn't it? It's just like if I lost my vision for whatever reason and I stayed in this flat, I probably wouldn't be able to because it's upstairs, but you know, even if I stayed in this flat, for example, I'd be banging into everything. But eventually I wouldn't. Eventually I'd be able to manoeuvre and probably imagine never bang myself unless someone moves something. That'd be Vinny. Because he's so cheeky, I know that he'd start moving furniture around just to wind me up. Move a chair away, move the bed to the other side of the room, just so he can have a giggle. He's a naughty boy. You don't realise, you think he's so cute. No, he is a cheeky little monkey. That's what he is. All I'd hear all day is just him giggling. First of all, he'd hear the thump of me landing on the floor, thinking it's my bed and I'm on the floor. Or maybe I've landed on a table because he's moved the table there. And just him giggling. So yeah. Now, before I had a dog, I've never had a dog before. Vinny's the first time. And I used to find the guide dogs for the blind phenomenal. Like, wow. Since I had him, I honestly don't think I could ever trust a dog to help me cross the road. And I know they're trained, I know it's amazing, they're brilliant, and they change people's lives, I know that, I'm not mocking that. It's just, what if I get a dog like him, with the same attitude that he's got? He'll be pulling me into traffic. He'll be tripping me up. You know, he's like on purpose. He's a cheeky monkey. No. I couldn't trust a dog. He's put me off trusting dogs ever, because he's constantly, I mean, sometimes I'll be brushing my teeth, and he'll just lie down right behind me, knowing that when I turn around I'm going to trip up. Other times he purposely trips me up. Do you ever see, I'm trying to think, like with his hands, he'll put his hands around my ankles as I'm walking, trying to trip me up. It's all a joke to him. Don't be puffing and huffing down there, Vinny. I can hear you. I know you're awake. He knows I'm talking about him. The other place I used to like to go, I used to like to play on the swings in that park in my 20s, even in my 30s. And this might sound weird because, like, you know, adults, what you do playing on the swings when you're an adult. I wouldn't do it if there was anyone else around. And I'd visit my nan. It would usually be during the day, if on my day off or whatever. And I'd just have a little play on the swing because it reminded me of being a little kid. It reminded me not just of being a little kid, but being a little kid in that park where I used to live up the road and visiting, because it was hard to forget the park and hard to forget the house because my nan and granddad lived there for decades afterwards. Well, my nan did anyway. She was there till about 2012, I think. So from 1979 to 2012, how many years is that? 25 years? 79, 89, 99, 2009. Wow, isn't it? 79, 89, 99, 2009, 10, 11, 12. So it's 33 years she was living there. Or 32 years. It might have been 2011 that she moved into sheltered accommodation. I don't know exactly. I'm not 1,000,000% sure. I mean, the other thing, I also used to like to walk around because there was all these, so as you came out of the estate and you go under a bridge, it led you all around the fields, and there was, I guess it was like a road, but, well, it was a road, cars used to go on it. So yeah, there was a duck pond like halfway through it, and it could lead you to the complete other side of town, like absolutely miles away. And it was a good hour walk, if not more. And we used to do it after lunch. So if we went to my nan and granddad's for lunch, the whole family would go and would walk. So me, my three brothers, the parents, my nan and granddad. Now my nan would be back. She'd be probably talking to me, or she'd be with us. My granddad would be about a mile ahead. He always walked ahead. He didn't talk to anyone. He just walked fast. And I used to ask my nan, why? Why is he doing that? And she used to say, shut up. No, she didn't. Shut up and eat your fish finger sandwich. No, she didn't. She's like, huh? Hello? Actually, I don't know what she answered. But I did question it. I don't know if I questioned it out loud. Knowing me, I probably would have done. But we did that journey lots of times. He always did the same thing. I mean, I remember once I saw him and he was going for a long walk. And I was on my own and I kind of bumped into him, but he was walking up the stairs and I was about to go down the stairs. This was the other side of town, not near the beach. He said hello and then carried on walking. So, you know, it wasn't, it was, I didn't expect him to sit me down and tell me a bedtime story or anything. I just explained to me the meaning of life. I just, that's not what my nan would have done. But then they were two very different people. My nan would have asked me how I was, and she'd have told me how she was, and we'd have had a chat. In fact, if it was my nan, I would have stayed with her and walked her home. Or gone back, she would have come with me or I'd have come with her. We wouldn't have, separated. I miss seeing her. Yeah. But I'm glad they moved into that house. I'm not glad that we moved out of the house, because that was the best period of my childhood. And that was probably the happiest time of the family. But if they hadn't moved in, then they'd have stayed in London and I would never have kind of got to know my nan. We would have visited them, they would have visited us. But if they'd have stayed in London and we moved into the other house, because we had to anyway, because there was a new baby and there wasn't enough room in the house we was in. And I wouldn't have got to know my nan the way I did if she'd have been in London. Saying that, I moved to London, didn't I, when I was 20? So potentially I would have seen her more often than I did when I was in London. I didn't think about that. Because basically North London's not far from East London. London's not a big place, distance-wise. It's a big place as far as the amount of people are there, the amount of houses and the amount of buildings, the amount of roads. And it seems bigger because everything takes ages to get to because of the traffic, if during the day. But if you travel at night, like 2 a.m, for example, you can get to places in such a short period of time. That's when you realise how small London is as an area. I remember I had a girlfriend in Ealing, and Ealing Broadway was a heck of a journey on a tube. I have to go to Stratford, get on a central line, and it'd be take about 17 weeks to get there. Slight exaggeration, but it was a long journey. It was the end of the tube. Just wait for him to stop drinking and slurping. That's a lot of drinking, isn't it? Wow. That's a thirsty little cat, isn't it? How do dogs know to drink out of a bowl? What would happen if we just gave if we just put a cup or a glass of water on a table, and so the dog could get to the table? How do we know that they wouldn't just pick it up and start drinking it like we do, out of the cup or the glass? We don't even give them a chance or an opportunity to do that, do we? Maybe they're licking the water out of the bowl thinking, this is degrading, why can't I just have a glass like everyone else? Why can't I have a cup of tea like the rest of the household? Maybe they're thinking, why have I got to eat out of a bowl? Why can't I be at the table like everyone else and enjoy the conversation. Some of the conversations. Yeah. That was it. I think the only 2 meals of the week I quite liked at home. Not food wise, but like as far as atmosphere. Outside of Christmas, I mean, Christmas was pretty cool the whole time, but I liked Saturday lunchtimes and evenings, because what we used to do on a Saturday is my mum would make me burgers, or make us all like burgers and chips, or pizza and chips, stuff like that. So we'd come home from playing, have that, and then go out again. In the evening, it would be like a buffet, so there'd be plates and dishes of crisps. Well, the dog was barking in the garden again. It sounded like an echo, but a higher pitched echo in the distance. And then I realised it was another dog. And I thought to myself, oh no, not 2 dogs. When 1 dog is clearly enough to deal with. There seems to be a bit of a lag of sound right now, which is nice. It's nice. But it did go on for a few minutes. Oh man. So, I can't remember what I was talking about, but the other thing I used to like to do when I was in my 20s and 30s, but mainly 20s, something I used to do when I was 8. Well, I did it all through, basically from the age of 7 onwards, really, when I moved into that house. We lived just round the corner, basically. The dog started barking even more, so I took that opportunity to wander into the kitchen and see what I needed to order on Uber Eats, because I need a few bits. And so I ordered that, and wow, £69.92. So it should be here at between 1:35 and 1:57, and it's 1:03 now. So that's good, because I've got nothing to eat, so that'll give me something to eat when I get here. I need some milk and some breakfast cereal and bits and bobs. It don't half add up. Blimey. The dog's stopped now. Hopefully that will be quiet for a little bit. So if you looked out of the bedroom window in my nan and granddad's house, or when I lived there, no, not the window of the kitchen, sorry, or the upstairs spare bedroom. At the end of the garden, there was a motorway. And it wasn't exactly at the end of the garden, but you got to the end of the garden, there was a fence. Pop over the fence, there was a walkway that you could go through, and then there was a hill, an embankment, which then led to the motorway. So you could hear the motorway pretty much the whole time, but it just got used to it. It's weird. It's a strange one, really. It never really affected me when I lived there, because I lived at the front of the house. And probably when we was in the kitchen eating and stuff, we were making so much noise that I imagine people in the cars and the motorway are probably moaning. Just like, put your fingers in your ears. We've got to go past that house, that noisy house down in the embankment. So we probably made more noise than the cars. That's what I'm trying to say in a weird way. Wow. I'm going to have to... Oh, got hiccups now. I have to bring this recording to a crescendo due to the woof woof in the garden. Never mind. I'll be back again, hopefully tomorrow. So thank you for listening, and remember to be kind to yourself, because you do deserve to be happy. And be gentle with yourself. You deserve to feel safe. Lots of love. Bye. Relax in a more deep and meaningful way. Maybe in a way that can not just allow you to feel calmer now and throughout the time we spend together here, not just relaxed at the end of the recording when it's finished and you can enjoy that sense of comfort and peace, but also I think it would be nice to have those feelings of relaxation continue for longer after the recording is ended, so that you can still benefit from listening to my voice, maybe in a few hours' time, perhaps tomorrow. And then by listening regularly, especially if you find, like some people do, and myself as well, sometimes I find one particular recording that really resonates with me, and I just listen to it over and over again, like every morning, every evening. There was this recording from, we're going back to about 1999. It wasn't hypnosis, but it was a guided visualization, so it kind of was hypnosis really. And I managed to find it again, and it still has the same effect on me. And part of it was the person's voice relaxed me. Just felt so peaceful, and I'd look forward to listening
to her in the morning and in the evening. And I knew before even pressing the play button that as soon as I'd done that, pressed the play button, this was in the days of CD players, press the play button. In fact, it might have even been a tape recorder. I'd lie down on the bed and then even without necessarily listening to her words, because I had them memorized really. It was as if my body knew exactly what to do. And the muscles just almost went into automatic relaxation. And I remember my mind would slow down. Now, I was listening to this recording in the early days of learning hypnosis, and long before I ever made any videos or audio recordings myself, because I didn't start doing that till 2006. But I knew how helpful I found being able to just let go, to have that trust in the person that I'm listening to. Knowing that it's going to be just as relaxing, if not more so, each time you hear my voice. You may feel the same. Some people have been listening to me for over a decade. Maybe not solidly, obviously not 24 hours a day, but maybe people come back. Some people maybe listen every day. And something that I do, which you may not realize by listening, is when I record these recordings, now for example, I also am affected by the words that I say. So if I said to you, focus on your feet, Notice your feet relaxing. I will be focusing on my feet. I will be noticing my feet relaxing. If I said focus on your hands, and maybe notice the difference between each hand. Perhaps notice the air in the room, the temperature of the room on the backs of your hands. You may start to notice what almost feels like a very light breeze, even though there may not be any type of breeze at all where you are right now. And as you become aware of your hands, I'm also aware of how relaxed my hands are feeling now. And when it comes to potentially drifting off to sleep, which may be the reason you're listening, I also feel drowsy when I make these recordings. I also notice my mind drifting. In fact, at times I've actually fallen asleep without even noticing. And then I carry on talking. And it's only when I listen back to do the editing, I hear snoring. And I think, I don't remember snoring. I remember talking. Is it snoring or is a pig turned up? That's what I sound like when I snore. And I get really into the whole experience. I don't know how you feel. How relaxed you feel in your feet. How relaxed you feel in your hands. I have noticed more and more that the more relaxed, deeper level of comfort you feel, the easier your breathing becomes. It's almost like that additional muscle relaxation. So this allows you to breathe easier, without necessarily focusing on your breath. However, being able to notice the ease in which you breathe so naturally. You breathe so very easily and smoothly. Whenever I imagine my breathing improving, when I've got my eyes closed, I tend to visualize a beautiful field with trees and flowers, producing all that life-giving oxygen. It feels nice to, if nothing else, just taking some time away from everything. Enjoying that feeling of peace, serenity, with a joyful heart. time seems to just drip by so very slowly. Relaxed so deeply, peaceful, completely unattached to any thoughts whatsoever in this moment. Completely free. Noticing that your mind has slowed down, slowed down, because nothing really requires your attention. You can enjoy the physical sensations of allowing the stress to drip out of your body, dripping out of every part of your body. And being released from your brain and your mind. Slowly but surely the muscles in your legs deeply. And the feelings, the pleasant feelings in your arms and shoulders, deepening each part of your body further and deeper. And deeper. Noticing the feelings in the back of your neck, the feelings in your wrists, the muscles in the front of your body, are also feeling peaceful. Deeply as a sense of peace spreads through your very core. Even when you focus on your mind, your mind becomes even slower. Even deeper. So very slow. Your stomach, peaceful in your stomach. Your back, notice how relaxed you now feel. In the whole of your back. Your spine, from your brain all the way down the middle of your back, sending and receiving millions of messages every day. Deep comfort increasing. Deeply relaxed. Your knees, relax, spreading those signals down your spinal cord into every part of your body. Your shins and your calf muscles, your elbows, feelings of peace and tranquility spreading through your body, tips of your toes to your eyes, your fingers all the way to your lower back. And letting go, really letting go. Peace. Drifting, mind just wandering away, happy to let go, let go, completely let go. So tranquil, your whole body enjoying a sense of letting go, even more. restful. Enjoying the space, this space of peace and safety. So very, very relaxed. Letting go. Maybe we can just focus on the different parts of your body, just to notice your forehead and your eyes. Your jaw, so loose. Noticing a sense of complete freedom. Absolute freedom. Drifting. Drifting. Peaceful energy. Peace to breathe. So much easier. Loose. You may have or may not have noticed your mind drifting. Peaceful. Moving even more deeply in the direction of total blissful peace. Blissful peace. total peace. Calm, so calm, letting go. Peace of mind, relaxed body, so relaxed, so relaxed. Your body feels almost invisible. So very relaxed and peaceful. So peaceful. Relax. Let go. So peaceful. So very, very peaceful. And you could start to notice that you are feeling more relaxed. Even though I've not purposely focused your mind upon that sense of physical comfort that is growing within you throughout your body. And your mind starts to slow down. And that could be almost in recognition of, I guess, my speech not being particularly fast. things just generally feel calmer just by listening to my voice. You give yourself an opportunity to take a break from the day, take a break from your life as it is, and to give yourself a rest, giving yourself permission to take some time off and to allow your body to relax and allow your mind to slow down, which in turn releases the tension, any stresses that you had in your body. It's almost as if the parts of your body just open up, allowing the negativity out. And at the same time, replacing that negativity with positive, healing energy, which then fills your body up, and your mind too also starts to appreciate those feelings of increasing confidence and an almost uplifting feeling, a positive healing, an energy that spreads through your body like a wave of comfort. And all this comes from just allowing yourself a few minutes, maybe half an hour, however long you want it to be, to just rest. And allow your mind and your body to almost reset itself to the settings of comfort and relaxation, calmness, which allows more room for feelings of pleasure and happiness to move around your body and into your mind, almost as if your mind and your body are sinking together, almost mirroring each other with that growing positivity and calmness. And it feels nice. It really does feel nice to know that you are the one that has allowed yourself to feel more comfort and to experience more of this deep relaxation spreading throughout your body. And as I focus on each part of your body, you can notice that that part becomes even more relaxed just by focusing on it. It becomes even more calm and comfortable just by focusing. And as I move down your body, starting at your head, the parts that you've already focused on will continue to relax deeply. And those parts that we've not yet focused on will just automatically release any remaining tension in anticipation of even more comfort about to come. Now, I'm going to start by focusing on your forehead. Just being aware of the feelings of your forehead. And any background sounds, like Mr. Herbert the pigeon, can just allow you to feel even more relaxed. It just means you're in the moment. This isn't a sterile environment. This is the world. I live in the countryside, so there's lots of nature sounds around. So as you focus on your forehead, just notice how it becomes even more relaxed as you focus only on my voice and that part of your body. Moving down to your eyes, focusing on your eyes, noticing how your eyelids feel so heavy, yet so light at the same time, and all the muscles around your eyes relaxing completely. Moving your focus down to your mouth, your lips, your tongue, your teeth and your gums, and the whole of your mouth relaxing, calm and loose. As you focus now on your jaw, not just the part of your jaw near your mouth and your chin, but all the way up the sides of your face to your ears, that whole of your jaw, feeling more relaxed and calm. Focusing on your neck, the front of your neck and your throat, relaxing and loose and calm. The sides of your neck, the right and left side of your neck, relaxed and focusing on the back of your neck, letting go of any tension that may have been there before, and enjoying that sense of increasing comfort and release that you can experience in the back of your neck. Moving down your back and moving either side of your spine, right from the top of your back all the way down to the bottom of your back. Down to your lower back. As you move up and down your spine, you can feel the muscles either side of your spine relaxing even more. And as those muscles relax, that sense of comfort starts to spread outwards from your spine into both sides of your back. The top of your back, the middle and your lower back. And as you scan gently and slowly up and down your back, as the muscles in the top of your back relax and become looser, the muscles in the middle of your back also seem to just almost divide from each other, separating and almost melting. And in your lower back, there seems to be an extra special feeling of comfort that spreads into your hips. So down your lower back and into your hips, into the area where your coccyx are, and into your buttocks. And all those muscles that spread from your lower back into your hip area start to melt, start to really let go. And even though we're about to focus on your shoulders, your back and your spine will continue to let go. Continue to relax so calmly. And as you focus on your shoulders, you may notice that they're already feeling really loose. They're already feeling calm. those muscles that move from your neck into your shoulders. Feel so soft and gentle, so smooth and calm. And the feeling in your shoulders seems to spread deep into your shoulders. That sense of relaxation, not just traveling deeply into your muscles, but also relaxing the bones and moving all the way to underneath your arms, relaxing that whole area between the tops of your shoulders and underneath your arms, healing. You feel so relaxed and comfortable in your shoulders, which sends that deep healing message into your arms. And you may feel almost as if your arms are not even there because they're so relaxed, so deeply relaxed. So, so calm. So loose. That feeling spreading all the way down your arms to your elbows, including your elbows. As the comfort spreads all the way into your wrists, your forearms and your wrists, feeling so heavy, yet at the same time so light and gentle. a sense of real peace. It just seems to feel so familiar when your hands relax deeply. Feels your fingers your fingers so loose. Your fingertips moving your attention to the front of your body, so comfortable. Moving your focus to your legs, all those muscles in your thighs, your knees, so relaxed. muscles and your shins completely. And the feeling in your feet, so peaceful and so calm, so peaceful, so calm. So peaceful, so calm, so peaceful, so relaxing, peaceful, so calm. Allowing that deep relaxation to spread to your chest and your stomach. So relaxed. Letting go of everything. So I'm going to start counting down now from 20 down to 1. You can imagine, in a way, it's like just walking down some steps. And each step, all 20 steps, and each step represents a level of comfort. Each step represents represents a deepening of that comfort. And the further you walk down those steps, the deeper and more relaxed you feel. So, starting with number 20. Twenty. 19. 18. 17. 16. 15. 14. 14. 13. 12. 11. 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. And now, as you focus on your eyes, we're going to count down from 10 down to 1. Focus in just on your eyes. your eyelids, the muscles around your eyes, your eyeballs themselves, that whole area that makes up your eye. And as we count down from 10 down to 1, whilst focusing on your eyes, you will become twice as relaxed with each number counting down. And you may find that all you want to do is just drift off to sleep. And if that's what you want, then just allow yourself to do that. Now, focusing on your eyes, I'm going to begin counting down from 10 down to 1 right now. 10. 9. 2. 1. So counting down from 10 to 1. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And maybe that was a bit too quick in order to relax. Maybe it's a bit too fast for you to notice the calming of your body. Maybe even a little bit of pressure there, like you're counting down from 10 to 1. What do you expect me to do, man? You expect me just to go all floppy just because you're counting down? We could try again, but this time I'll go a bit slower. This time, as you focus on the whole of your body before we focus on your legs, just notice how your body does start to feel more relaxed with every number that I count down. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, And just notice how you feel generally, how your body feels. It's not necessarily even about counting down from 10 to 1. It's that space that you have, that space between being active physically or mentally to just sitting or lying down, just being there, not doing anything, not saying anything, not needing to think about anything. So it opens up a space, a bit of a space, a gap. And the more I count down from 10 to 1, the bigger that gap becomes. So there's that gap of calmness, of comfort, relaxation. It's a nice feeling. And it moves those stresses or discomforts physically or emotionally, moves them away. Allows you to just slow down. So I'm going to count again from 10 down to 1 and notice that gap widening. The gap. And as it widens, it's almost like the stress and attention falls into the gap. And gives you that distance, that space. Now, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. How does your body feel now? Can you notice that you're feeling calmer? That you're feeling more relaxed? As we now focus on your legs, just your legs. We're just going to start with focusing on your thighs. Of course, it's not the most exciting thing to be doing because I'm sure, like most of your body, there's not a lot going on right now. Just focusing on the whole of your thighs, the tops of your thighs, the sides of your thighs, the bottoms of your thighs, your outer thighs and your inner thighs. Basically, the whole of your thigh that leads into your hip and then goes down to your knee joint. Now, this is a big area. It's a very heavy area. It's very strong. Probably the strongest muscles in your body are in your thighs. But I don't think we perhaps give enough attention to our thighs. Perhaps we don't acknowledge how important our thighs are to our lives. How much they actually do for us all through our lives. And it may sound really weird, but I think that all of our body parts, especially our thighs, need some TLC. A bit of love shown, a bit of acknowledgement, a thank you, gratitude for what our thighs do for us. And I know this may sound a bit strange. Maybe you think, why am I? Surely I should be out in the garden hugging a tree or something. Well, It's hard to set a microphone up on a tree. That's why I'm doing this indoors, otherwise I would be outside hugging a tree. No, I can't see the television from the tree. If you move down to your knees, again, such an important part. And I think we don't necessarily, I'll speak for myself here, I don't necessarily appreciate all that my knees do for me until I have a problem with my knee. So occasionally if I have maybe I bash it or it's aching for some reason, it's then that I realise how much it does. You know, the benefit of being able to use my legs without any kind of physical discomfort is a beautiful thing that's possibly not appreciated until it's temporarily removed, you know, that comfort. But as you focus on your knees, regardless of how your knees feel, you can add that sense of gratitude and love to your knees for all that they do for you. And you can still have that attention on your thighs, and maybe notice how your thighs feel. Maybe you've noticed that they are relaxing more deeply. As you focus now on the bottoms of your legs, your shins and your calf muscles, and the bones between your knees and your feet, incorporating of course your ankles. So important. Anyone that's had even like the slightest sprain of an ankle knows how much we take our ankles for granted. And it's kind of strange in a way when you think that, you know, logically our wrists are a lot thinner than the rest of our arms, which is okay, can't see any problem with that because we're just picking stuff up. But our ankles are so much thinner than the rest of our legs. And from a physics perspective, or logical even, it doesn't really make sense that all this weight would ultimately be resting on your ankles, then leading to your feet. That thin area, thin bone, yet it does so much great work. Supports us, supports our body for a lifetime. Helps us to balance, helps you to get around and be mobile. And there's the calf muscles, of course. When I was younger, I couldn't see the point in calf muscles. It didn't seem to do anything. Okay, if I walked around on tiptoes, then my calf muscles get some work. But of course that's not true. The calf muscles are being used whenever we use our legs. And your shins, there to protect your lower legs, shaped in a way almost as a protector for the bone. Leading, of course, to your ankles and your feet. But we're not going to focus on your feet, we're just going to focus on the legs. I realise that now that I've mentioned your feet, you're probably focusing on them anyway, so maybe I should focus on your feet a little bit. You can have them in your awareness, the same as you have your thighs in your awareness, even though we haven't been focusing on your thighs for a few minutes. We've been focusing on your ankles, there's still that sensation of comfort in your thighs. And there's that movement of energy, because the thighs hold lots of different sensations. Of course, there's the muscles, the big, strong muscles that we have in our thighs. But the skin on the outside of the thighs, as in the outside of all of our body, can be very sensitive. Sensitive to the touch, sensitive to temperature. And inside your thighs, the bones, there's the muscle, there's the blood vessels, the arteries. So all this stuff is inside your thighs. And I guess sometimes it'd be nice if you could actually put your fingers inside your thighs and massage. So you can massage on the outside, of course, but to be able to get deep into the muscles and to be able to just massage inside your thighs, massaging the bones of your leg, massaging all the veins and just gently healing your thighs. And you could move down, massaging inside your knees, just massaging those bones, but with healing fingertips, spreading that healing energy deep into the joints of your knees. Of course, there's the back of your knee, you know, the inside crease where your knee is. It's a very sensitive area. Feels very nice when you stroke it. That might be because it's an area that's not really touched very often. It's almost like a hidden part, that crease in your legs. It's almost like a part that has a sensitivity which is a little bit different. Of course, it's protected by your legs. So you can imagine putting your fingers into that crease in your legs. That fold in between your legs, you can just massage with your fingertips. Imagine your fingertips going inside, massaging the muscle tissue. You can of course feel the bones of your knees healing through your fingertips. And then as you go down to your calf muscles, now that's a part I'd like to be able to really put my fingertips deep inside my calf muscles, massaging every single tissue of that muscle, healing every part. And then doing the same for my shins, massaging and gently stroking the bones, gently stroking them, healing in a loving way, because they deserve to be treated as the precious bones that they are, because our legs are so precious, as in all the other parts of our body. They're more precious than any jewel on the planet. And when you start to think about your legs in this way, it can change your perspective. It might sound a bit silly to start with, the idea of having love for your legs, showing appreciation for your thighs, wanting to be able to put your hands in your thighs and massage the muscles and the bones, and to get your fingers deep in there, releasing all tension, just to show how much you care about your legs, how much you care for what your legs do for you regularly. Your knees, your calves, your ankles, the strength of your ankles, considering how thin they are compared to the rest of your legs, especially your thighs. Yet they're so strong, so flexible, absolutely amazing things. Your ankles are truly a gift because of what they do for you. Supporting all that weight, regardless of what weight you are, even if you're only 8 stone, it's still a lot of weight for these little ankles. Now I'm a lot heavier than 8 stone, double that. Yet my ankles support my body all the time. Although they do give off a sigh of relief when I sit down. In fact, my whole legs do. My feet also go whew, and my toes clap They're so happy. Your legs really are amazing. And I know that talking about your legs is probably possibly among the most boring things you've ever heard anyone say, possibly. But boring or not, everything I said is true. Your legs are amazing. Your legs deserve not just respect, they deserve to relax deeply. They deserve to take some time out of the day to just let go completely. Your legs really can relax. And because the legs are such a very important part of your body, when you relax your legs, the rest of your body also naturally follows in that journey of comfort. I can feel it in my hips. My hips feel really loose. And also my lower back as well. My lower back really feels stretched, even though I'm just sitting in a chair and there's no stretching as far as I'm aware that I'm doing. It's almost as if the muscles are just relaxed so much that there is a natural stretch as the tension has reduced a lot. And I'm now going to count down from 10 down to 1. And you can continue to feel wonderfully relaxed. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Relax. So I'm just going to count down from 5 down to 1. And as I count down, if you just focus on the numbers, just the numbers, counting down, and notice how you feel in this moment as you hear the numbers counting down, knowing that those numbers counting down represent you feeling calmer, not just in your body but also relaxing your mind. And just notice how you feel. There's nothing to do, there's nothing to say, there's nothing to think about. Starting with number 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. As you notice the gradual letting go of the tension in your body, you may also begin to notice and be aware of how your mind is starting to slow down. This is just a natural thing that happens. It's not really a special procedure. It's just natural because as your body relaxes, your mind also starts to relax. And the more your mind relaxes, the more your body relaxes. It's just a continuous circle of relaxation. And there's that calmness that comes from relative quietness. You know, even if there's background sounds, either your side or mine, it's still going to be quite calm. You know, you haven't got the television on, there's no music in the background unless you're listening to the recording with music, of course. You're very likely not going to be sitting in a room with other people. Of course you might be, but generally it's more ideal if you can do this on your own. So no distractions. And when you stop thinking about stuff, relaxation automatically rises. A sense of comfort starts to grow. And without trying to build it up into something fantastical or something magical, this is just a natural process, something that's easy to accomplish. In fact, it's almost, the sense of relaxing completely happens really when you put no effort into it. It's not something that you can really force. It's something that happens naturally. And part of the process of this recording and others is simply to allow you to take advantage of this space, this time, to just let go, to just be here, to be in tune with how you feel. Yet with the intention of wanting to relax deeply, and maybe even to fall asleep, depending on what it is that you wish for yourself in this moment. As we know, relaxing is the majority of the process of falling asleep. The actual falling asleep part is the tiny bit at the end. The deeper relaxed you become, the easier you find yourself drifting. But you can also, if you choose, stay focused on my voice and really enjoy the process of gradually relaxing each muscle in your body, effortlessly. And just observing the sensation of letting go. Completely. This time I'm going to count from 6 down to 1. And you can notice your mind calming down more with each number that you hear me say. Naturally feeling calm and slow and peaceful. 6. 2. One. Being aware of how your mind has slowed right down, sinking deeply into relaxation. And as you focus on your mind, you may notice that there are some thoughts still there, maybe some stubborn thoughts that for some reason perhaps need your attention. So what you can do is send love to those thoughts. Sprinkle those thoughts with love, like little petals from a flower. Just sprinkle it over them. Petals filled with love towards those thoughts, to let those thoughts know that you're not abandoning them. You just need them. You require them to just calm down, slow down, quiet down for now. So as you focus on those remaining thoughts, as we count down this time from 7 down to 1, with each number, just imagine sprinkling those flower petals of love, kindness, gratitude over those thoughts, which will allow them to just melt away and relax deeply. With every number, those thoughts will become more and more relaxed. Starting with number 7. 6. 5. as you now notice how relaxed you're feeling in your body. We're going to focus on your hands. Because the more relaxed your hands are, the more relaxed your body and mind are. And as you focus on your hands and your fingers, there's nothing needed to be done. There's no clenching of fists or tensing the fingers or anything like that. It's just noticing and focusing on your hands. Noticing how they feel. Because the more relaxed your hands feel, the calmer your mind feels, and the more comfort you feel throughout your body. And you may have already noticed that your mind is starting to drift. Focusing just on your hands and fingers, allowing them to experience a real deepening of that relaxation in your hands and fingers. More and more relaxed with each number. From 8 down to 1. You can almost feel that healing and relaxing energy spreading into your hands and fingers, becoming even more relaxing with each number you hear going down starting with number 8. 7. 6. 5. 4. 3. 2. 1. Just being here now. Nothing to think about, nothing to do, nothing to say, and everything just feels calmer. And this is your natural state of being. This is how you just normally feel when you take away all of that other stuff that we add. You know, things like stress and worrying and overthinking and anxiety, tension. generally thinking about stuff. When you take that away, which is what we're doing now, you're left with a real sense of peacefulness, which comes to you very quickly. Because ultimately, it's just a feeling. A feeling of comfort. It's almost as if you've gone inside yourself and you've found a special place where everything is peaceful. A place where you can feel relaxed and your natural sense of comfort. A place where you can be you. Where you can accept yourself for who you are. A place where you're not trying to please anybody else, ever. A place where you can actually not just love yourself, but in some ways, more importantly, you can like yourself. Appreciate who you are. And that sense of gratitude is in the air all around you. And that's also a place where you can actually feel the healing energy soaking into your body. Healing energy soaking into your body. And that healing energy spreads through your veins, traveling to each and every single part of your body. And you start to realize that actually that healing energy has not just entered into your brain, it's become part of your brain. And that spinal fluid is now mixed with healing energy. Not just allowing you to feel so much more relaxed and healthy in this moment, but also you start to realize that actually what's happening now with that healing, relaxing energy spreading through your body is actually changing your life. It's actually changing the way you're going to feel, not just now, but tomorrow and the next day, as your health improves. Not just your physical health, but your mental health. Things that used to bother you in the past, for some reason no longer have the effect that they used to, because something has changed deep within you. Maybe things that used to cause you to feel anger no longer have that power to control you the way they seemed to be able to before. As you realize that you're the one who decides what affects you. You're the one who decides to feel relaxed and calm when you choose to enjoy noticing these natural developments of healing continuing to grow and improve your life day by day. Including, of course, your ability to relax so much easier and sleeping is the most natural thing in the world to you, because falling asleep is something that you've done so many times in your life, and you know that you were born, as we all were, with the ability to fall asleep naturally. We were born with that ability to just drift off into a deep, healing sleep. Even when we're kids, sometimes we'll fall asleep when we don't even want to. We try to stay awake. Maybe it's a birthday in the morning, or it's Christmas or holiday or something we look forward to. We don't want to go to sleep. But the more we want to stay awake, the more we just start to drift. And the more you fight drifting, the more you try and stop yourself from drifting asleep, the deeper and stronger that drifting becomes. Because we're born not just with the need to relax deeply and to naturally fall asleep, but it's our birthright. It's part of our DNA. And sometimes as we get older in life, perhaps at times we have forgotten that relaxing completely is not only a wonderfully pleasant experience, it's also really easy. very, very easy to let go, because that's all it is. It's just deciding to let go. And when you press the play button on my recordings, you have given permission for my voice to relax you. When you press that play button, you have given me permission for my words to affect you in a positive, only a positive way, opening up your mind to useful and healing suggestions that can have such an amazing effect on how you feel right now, as well as those changes that continue long after the recording ends, those changes within you that continue to flourish and grow, transforming your life in a positive, beautiful way, allowing you to move forward in your life in the direction that you choose for yourself. And this feeling that you can experience of safety, comfort, calmness, just feels so nice. It's such a healthy place to be. And that positivity grows within you. Each and every day, moving forward, you're going to find that you're more relaxed physically and in your mind is more relaxed. And it's not that you're thinking slower, it's just that your mind will be less clogged up with unnecessary negativity. Because from now on, your mind rejects negativity. From now on, you're going to start noticing when negativity arises, and you can just say stop. Stop. And that negativity will turn around and leave you alone. Stop, and that negativity would disappear. And as you notice that you feel way more relaxed than you probably expected, you can now congratulate yourself because you're the person that has done this. You are the one that has opened your mind up to the simple facts that you can feel more relaxed in your body and in your mind. You've opened your mind up to the birthright of being able to just fall asleep easily when you choose. And that's a nice feeling, don't you think? It feels nice, doesn't it? To feel calm with all that healing energy spreading through your body and your mind. To spend time in that special place where negativity can no longer enter. Negativity is banned, it's barred, it's not allowed entry. It doesn't deserve to be here, doesn't belong here. Negativity has no place in your life. Which makes room for more comfort, more healing, more relaxation, more peace. It feels nice, doesn't it? To just let go of everything. And I'm going to count down now from 20 down to 1. You can continue to relax. If you choose, you can drift to sleep. With every number you hear me say, you can feel twice as relaxed. Or if you choose, you can feel twice as sleepy. Now, 20. 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. This is your time to just take a break. Your time to relax, to allow your mind to slow down, to give yourself permission to take a break from everything. And you're the only person that can make that decision. You're the only person that can actually tell your mind to just relax. To just take some time off. So that you can focus on your body, getting in touch with how you feel physically. And in the process of this body scan, where you focus on different parts of your body, those parts that you focus on and observe, even though you're not purposely requesting for those parts of your body to relax, it's it's kind of expected. You expect, when you listen to my voice, to feel more relaxed naturally. Because when you're listening to me, your attention is focused on my words. And as my words guide you to focus on those parts of your body, your focus increases. Which actually calms your mind. And when your mind calms down, your body relaxes. And when your body calms down, your mind relaxes. And even though we've not really started to focus on your body, you can already feel that healing energy spreading through your body, pushing out stress and tension, healing all the parts of your body, including your skin, your bones, your blood, all of your organs inside your body, all of the muscles, all of the fat, all of everything. Every hair on your body is filled with that healing energy. And when your brain fills with that healing energy, the feeling of comfort and relaxation increases. Deeply increases. In a way that your mind starts to feel perhaps a bit drowsy, because it's not needed, and it may start to drift. If that's what's needed. So if you're listening to this and what you need is deep relaxation, that's what you'll get. If what you need is to fall asleep naturally and easily as your mind drifts, that's also because by pressing that play button on the podcast and listening to me, you give permission for your body and your mind. In fact, you give the command to your body and your mind to relax deeply and to drift off to sleep if that's what you want or need. And as I focus on the different parts of your body, you may start to just drift, and then you come back again and you hear me talking, and I'm focusing on a different part of your body. And you may find yourself drifting, but you don't realize you're drifting until you stop drifting and you're alert again to my voice, focusing on a different part of your body starts to relax even deeper, because that drifting is basically you already in the sleep zone. And the more you drift, the longer you drift, and the longer you drift, eventually that drifting continues into sleep. And that's the last you remember Let's focus again on parts of your body. Focusing this time on your forehead. Now on your mouth, your lips, your tongue, the whole of your mouth. Focusing on your fingers. Maybe you could move your fingers a little bit so you can focus on each one individually. Both hands. And even though as you focus on both of your hands now, they almost seem to just melt into one. Where does your right hand start and your left hand end? It's almost as if it just mix together. Now focusing on your knees. Just noticing how your knees feel. Now focusing on your elbows. letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Letting go. Letting go. Letting go of everything. Everything. I'm going to start now, and I'd like you just first of all just to see yourself lying down on that massage table, lying on your front, your head is supported, your arms are supported, and you feel comfortable, and breathing is really easy, and you feel confident in how you look as well. So there's none of that issue of body problems or shyness, because I'm a professional, and this is a therapy session. So none of that stuff matters whatsoever. This is about you. This is about how you feel and how you can enjoy that sense of comfort and relaxation that comes from letting go and allowing my hands and my fingers to relax you by massaging your body. So I want to start off just by placing my hands on the back of your head, just gently, just so you can feel what my hands feel like really on you. So you can maybe feel the warmth of my hands on the back of your head. And I'll move my hands to the side of your head, not pressing, but just holding them there very gently. Maybe over your ears and a little bit on your face, just so you can feel my hands, so you can become accustomed to them. And now put my hands on the back of your head again and gently let them slide down onto the back of your neck. You can feel my hands gently stroking the back of your neck to start with, just so you can get used to the feeling of my hands on your skin. Get accustomed to it. Realize that you're safe and it's all good. It's all fine. And I'm going to start gently massaging the muscles in the back of your neck. With both hands. Now this is a very trusting situation, really, because our necks are so fragile, and to have someone have their hands around your neck in that way can sometimes be problematic for people, which is why massages are quite good, because it allows you to relax and to get in touch with trust, to feel peaceful and calm. There's a massage the sides of your neck gently, moving from the bottom of your neck, which would be sort of near where your shoulders start, I guess, all the way up to your jaw, your ears kind of area, that side of your neck. Of course, is a lot longer than the front of your neck. And then massaging the back of your neck, especially that area where perhaps we hold tension. And as that area is massaged, you can actually feel a sense of release in the back of your neck. And maybe you can breathe it out as well. Notice how it feels. Notice how you feel. Then moving down to that area between your neck and your shoulders, that muscly area, starting to massage that area on both sides. I mean, this would be the area that a lot of people would massage if they were going to give you like a shoulder massage. Even that's not technically the shoulders, but it's all the muscles that lead to the shoulders, from the neck. And again, that can hold tension and stress. And when massaged,